Streets area in the inland Orange County, and also picks up Lake Forest, Mission Viejo, Laguna Hills, and Mission Viejo as well. Should I continue or pause here, Chair?
One moment, please. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, I mean, that looks like a fairly random diagonal through Anaheim, and I'm just wondering what the basis of that was. Thank you.
Let me turn on the streets layer. I believe it actually follows the 5 freeway.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sadwani.
Yeah, I'm also concerned about the way we're cutting through Anaheim. Certainly, I think this isn't the best way to do this. Based on COI testimony, I'd actually like us to rethink our approach in the middle of Orange County there, keeping together some of those key communities of interest. We had a lot of testimony from the Santa Ana area about multiple different communities that exist in that region, many of whom are essential workers, some tied to the entertainment industries as workers, working class folks. So I want us to be a little bit more cautious in the approach here, and would like to see a reorientation of these Senate districts. I don't know if if we want to dive in, are we diving in?
Yes.
All right. Then I would need to go back and look at some of the COI testimony. Do we still have the assembly maps up in this area?
Yes, one moment while I pull up those boundaries.
Thanks. Maybe if Mr. Becker could also remind us about whether or not we have VRA considerations in this area as well.
One moment, I'm just going to be looking, reminding myself of some of the data. And can we get the Latino CVAP up for SAA, please?
Yes, one moment, please. The Latino CVAP for SAA is 36.4%.
Can you scroll down so I can see? Okay.
The blue lines that are filled in are the assembly visualizations.
Okay. So there were. I'm still calling up some of the data. There were Voting Rights Act concerns here, and some racially polarized voting. I'm just trying to get the most recent data up for myself. Why don't you guys continue? Why don't everyone continue to discuss it? I've got to find a file.
Yeah, no problem. So if I may, just to kind of conclude my thoughts before we move into making any changes, I think these districts look like is we're kind of plowing into some key community of interest testimony through this region, and I definitely want us to take more precise approach as so that we're in a better shape to make those further adjustments come December. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. I'm wanting to just say for Commissioner Toledo, I'm understanding that we have not received, we did not receive shape files from Equality California, just the PDF files is what I'm being told.
So, Chair, if I may, we did reference the PDF images of where those areas of interest were, and to the best of my knowledge, obviously having the shapefile on top would be the most exact way, but from my knowledge and my observation, it does appear that we keep the majority intact.
Thank you. Just wanting to close the loop on that. I appreciate that, Siobhan. Thank you so much. Mr. Becker, you ready?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. So in reviewing the data that we have, there were some assembly racially polarized voting issues here, but for the Senate district, it appears that we did not see consistently a third jingles precondition here, meaning that non-Latino communities were voting cohesively against Latino candidates of choice. So for Senate, this is probably a lower priority for Voting Rights Act concerns.
If I can just respond to that, I think that's really helpful. So thank you for that, Mr. Becker. I think regardless of that, we have received a lot of testimony, or in addition to that, we have received a lot of testimony from that region, as well as from community groups throughout that area. And I'd really like us to see us move closer in that direction. What I'm seeing here is keeping not all of Anaheim, but much of Anaheim in a greater compact region, possibly even going up towards La Habra and East Whittier, as well as keeping much of Santa Ana and Orange, possibly even including Stanton. So I think we've received a whole bunch of testimony throughout the summer from those regions, and really like to see us attempt to move towards keeping them together.
I'm ready to take your direction, whichever way you would like to start trying to do that first.
Sure. Do you want me to go ahead, or you want to get? I see other hands also. Or...
You probably can go ahead, but before you do, I want to hear from Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I do want to say, I think there is testimony, COI testimony we received from community groups that takes a more, that takes one perspective of certain communities, and then there's other communities' testimony that speaks to similarities in terms of essential workers, but also other communities that tend to be a little bit more working class and low income, particularly in areas like that South Fullerton area. So I just want to lift that up. There was also, I've seen some testimony about Placentia and parts of Placentia also having some of those same working class, lower income immigrant, also communities in those areas. The 57 freeway being the dividing line for Anaheim, I guess I've seen some say the flatland versus the valley area. And then same with Orange, although for Orange, the 55 freeway seems to be the dividing line. And so I wanted to just lift those up as maybe considerations to look at for what Mr. Becker was talking about, that, similarities in profiles of communities that may share similar interests that may benefit from, having a more cohesive voice in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Looking at SAA and INC, I'm understanding INC as an effort to have a coastal district, and I'm thinking that given the current variances, it might make sense to move Los Alamitos and Rossmore into SAA. It wouldn't necessarily satisfy all of the community of interest testimony, but it seems like it would be headed in that direction, and they're not coastal communities in and of themselves. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sadwani?
Yeah, I just want to say, Sorry about that. I agreed with everything Commissioner Kutagawa had suggested. So, I mean, can we start by I don't know how, from a practical perspective, you want to start doing this, but I think the SAA district right now is kind of focused on the Little Saigon area, which we've also heard a lot of testimony. I think my sense is if we start reorienting the SAA further east, we can preserve Little Saigon to the west and kind of come up through Buena Park. Alternatively, potentially we could, the IOC, I feel like, is of course going to need to be revisited as we make these changes. So I guess I'm looking to the mappers on how to best start achieving this. I mean, I think you've heard we want to focus Anaheim, Santa Ana, Orange, parts of Stanton, La Habra, parts of South Fullerton, parts of Placentia potentially. That's where all of that COI testimony had kind of come from. You all can tell us also what's the easiest way to start moving things around, because I think this is a fairly larger reconstruction.
So if I'm understanding some of these like larger goals correctly, it would be moving Anaheim Valley into SAA as well as a portion of the city of Orange, correct? So I would probably, I think if I'm remembering correctly from COI testimony, as well as where we've split in other visualizations, using the 56 as the dividing line, or sorry, pardon me, the 57, we could also take the 91 and then go down using the 55 to capture the western portion of the city of Orange. Or if you wanted to just start with Anaheim and see where that would put us, we could start with that.
I'm definitely thinking the 91 and to the potentially the 55. Commissioner Kutagawa, would you be okay with that as a starting point?
Yeah, I would agree.
Thanks.
So adding that portion of Anaheim and the city of Orange would turn SAA to 37.91% over deviation, and IOC would be at 21. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's the Latina CVAP. would be at 22.81% deviation, and IOC would be underpopulated by almost the equal amount of 23.61%. Would you like me to start by making this change and then look at areas to remove?
I would feel comfortable with this change, yes.
All right, one moment while that processes. Where would you like to start looking at removing population from SAA, or would you like to continue adding population first?
I would be open to continuing to add. I know Commissioner Kutagawa had mentioned South Fullerton and potentially components of Placentia. That would make sense to me too, if she's in agreement, or if everyone's in agreement.
So do you have an idea of where you would like to draw that line in South Fullerton? Oh,
Commissioner Kutagawa?
I'm sorry. Sorry, are you asking me a question, or I was just going to make a comment too?
Nope, just your hand.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I still had a. I was just going to mention on one of the COI testimonies that I saw for South Fullerton, I saw what looked like to be Malvern, which turns into Orangethorpe, as the dividing line for that South Fullerton section that we were asked to keep in mind as a specific COI that separates the more affluent parts of Fullerton from the more, like the apartments, the working class folks and others. Yes, thank you.
should I begin by adding census blocks up to this Chapman Ave, Malvern Ave? All right, one moment, please. Commissioner Sadwani, how is this looking to you?
It's looking good to me. Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have a sense of the components of Placentia that you would want to add in here from the testimony?
I was trying to check on that right now. I'm still looking for it. I saw it.
It almost seems like I don't know if that street continues all the way over into Placentia and just taking that small piece that's centered around the 57 freeway there, just kind of extending this line outward.
So it does look like Chapman Ave continues into Placentia. Would you like me to continue grabbing blocks from here?
I think so. I think that would seem to be a reasonable cutoff point and including that component of Placentia.
Yeah, it's a
Perfect.
good starting place.
One moment, please. All right, that portion of Southern Placentia is now added to the selection. Would you like me to commit this change?
This looks beautiful to me.
Yes, thank you.
All right, one moment. Oops. One moment while I just clean up a few straggler blocks. All right, so now SAA is overpopulated by 30.29%, and IOC is underpopulated by 31.09%.
Commissioner Kudogawa, I'm curious your thoughts. I mean, it looks like as we're panned out here that right now we have the borders of the districts from up above ending at La Habra. I think in the future, it might make sense to rethink those areas. But as we're already done with Los Angeles, I'm cautious not to go breaking into them at this point in time, though perhaps as we come back to this and as we continue to collect additional testimony. So I would love to get your thoughts, and I think keeping this and now trying to balance out within Orange County.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Do you want to keep, now we need to remove, right?
Correct. And my thought on this is we can bring this the Little Saigon areas out of this district and potentially help keep them whole. I know we've had a whole lot of testimony from that area as well.
And bring them into the INC.
Yes, exactly. Which is already overpopulated, so we're going to have to do some additional tinkering here, and I'm open to.
I have some ideas on that tinkering too. Then could we bring in then Westminster, Midway City, and Fountain Valley? And I think that would keep Little Saigon, the core of and Garden Grove, sorry, I forgot about them. Keep the core of Little Saigon together if we move those out.
All right, so that would put SAA's deviation back in the range of legal at -3.04, and INC would be overpopulated by 34.73%. Would you like me to commit this change?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Commissioner, I'm ready for your next direction.
I think from here out, we would need to balance between INC and IOC.
That's correct.
Yeah.
One thought I have is to move, perhaps we can start with North Tustin and Tustin. I am reluctant and concerned about removing Irvine, or maybe let me take this back. I am concerned about splitting Irvine. I know that there's several COIs there. We've gotten several testimonies to keep it whole. We've also received testimony that they should be split at the 5 or the 405 too. So I do want to acknowledge that too, and it is mixed. But if we could keep them whole, I think that'd be nice.
And I'll just note, I think this is major reconstruction that we're doing at this point, but I think when we come back to this in the future, when we receive additional testimony on our drafts, the LAOC border is not sacred to me. We're keeping it whole at this point, I think for time's sake. But I think that crossing that border would make sense in many of these areas.
I would
I
just,
concur.
Commissioner, I would just point out that these are VRA consideration districts that kind of box in all of these Orange County visualizations. So that'll just be something to consider as you give those directions in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yes. So would you like to have me start by moving out North Tustin and Tustin into IOC?
Yes.
All right, one moment, please. All right, so it looks like that is not enough population yet, still at negative 20.31% and 23.95% deviation. Would you like me to start pulling in blocks north of the 5 in Irvine or look somewhere else?
Yes, I think that's right.
All right, I will start doing that now.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Yeah, thank you. And while they're working on this, I just wanted to reiterate what Commissioner Kutagawa said about Irvine. We do have conflicting testimony.
Yeah.
There's pieces that say keep it together, other pieces that say separate. So that's definitely a discussion we'll have to have in the future.
So I've now added all of Irvine north of the 5, and that is still not quite enough population. Would you like me to continue adding in census tracts?
I think for today we will have to, yeah. And definitely this should be an area that we will need to revisit. And I have a feeling we're probably going to get some testimony in the coming weeks.
Commissioner Sidwani, I'm looking at a lot of COI testimony as well that wants Costa Mesa with Irvine and Tustin.
I think that's definitely right. I believe as we constructed the assembly maps that we did keep Costa Mesa whole with Irvine and Tustin. We're not doing that here today, but I think in the future it's certainly something we can come back and revisit as we continue to work.
So this splits Irvine at the 405 and includes everything in the city north of the 405, and that would be added to the IOC. If this selected area in red is added from INC to IOC, the deviation of IOC would be 2.36, and of INC, 1.27%. Would you like me to commit this change?
How are folks feeling about this?
Either way, we'll get comments. But if you feel better about it.
I think this is good because I think North Tustin and Irvine, I've seen some comments also saying that they have a lot in common with like the Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, that Villa Park area in Orange.
I agree. I see enough COI testimony that supports the 405 as the dividing factor. So why don't we accept it for now?
Very good.
And we have coming up on a break in 3 minutes.
Are there further comments on visualizations in Orange County?
What were the deviations again? Sorry, I didn't look at it fast enough.
Yes, so INC is at a 1.27% deviation and IOC is at a 2.36% deviation.
Zoom in one more time on that South Orange County. There's that weird like hand that sticks up there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Oh, sorry about that. No, I was going to ask the same thing as
Okay.
Commissioner Kutagawa. I wanted to look at that other district. So thank you.
Okay, and all hands are down. Savan? Was that all of
Yes.
your area?
So no, there are two more visualizations that we should take a look at. That is the SWRC and MCV. Would you like me to start, or do you want to go to break?
We have 2 minutes. Let's
Okay,
start.
so I'll give a very speedy overview. SWRC is on page 56 of your PDF. It goes south to the San Diego County border with Riverside, including Temecula, French Valley, Menifee. It also includes the city of Riverside, the southern part of the city of Riverside. It does split Riverside, including Eastvale and Corona, as well as Temescal Valley. And this is at a negative 0.91% deviation. And then the last visualization would be on page 57, and that is MCV, which is currently at a negative 1.25% deviation. This goes south to the San Diego border again here to pick up the cities of Anza and Sage. It goes north to Redlands and Highland and wraps around Lake Arrowhead and Running Springs, Lucerne Valley, includes the Morongo Basin, Morongo Valley cities right here, and goes out to that border that we have with the SEC visualization near Needles, as well as the northern part of Coachella Valley.
Outstanding. Desert Springs, Hot Springs. Okay, thank you so much for that. We will go to break, and we'll be back at 3:25. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. We are in the process of going through our Senate maps, completing our Southern California area. Thank you, Sivan, for just taking us through those maps for the Senate. Commissioners, if there are no comments or questions in regards to this area, I think this will complete our Senate maps. Pause for a moment. Okay, and we're done. All right, so process from here. Wonderful. Okay, thank you so much. So next on our list today is to go through our Board of Equalization maps, and it will require a pause, a time to be able to set up for those. So it is currently 3:30. I know we just got back from break, but it is required that we have time to set up the maps to be able to move into Board of Equalization. So we will be back. We're going to go into another pause or break. We will be back at 4:15. Thank you. Thank you, Christian, and welcome back, everyone. Thank you to our line drawers that has been working furiously for this particular point of our agenda. I would love to be able to just kind of set expectation as far as what's going to happen at this point. Right now, we're going to move into our Board of Equalization maps in hopes of a combined motion on all four drafts, after which time we will take public comment. The queue is open now for public comment for those wishing to get into the queue. We are anticipating a high call volume this evening, and to ensure that we get to hear from every one of you, as many as possible, we are going to limit public comment to 1 minute and 30 seconds, and wanting to assure you that the line will remain open until we complete our discussion on the Board of Equalization. So Board of Equalization discussion now. We're hoping for a combined motion on all four of our draft maps. The queue is open right now for public comment. We invite you to get in to the queue if you so desire to comment. Please note, so that we will ensure to hear, or we are sure of hearing most of you, or many as we can, the public comment time is being limited today to 1 minute and 30 seconds, and we will keep that line open. That'll give you an opportunity to comment throughout our discussion on the Board of Equalization. So with that, commissioners, I think we're at a point now where we're ready to move into our Board of Equalization.
Chair, before we go to that conversation, would you like our comment moderator to read the instructions for public comment?
We're just letting them get in the queue for right now, so we can read it a little bit later. Thank you, Christian.
Sounds good.
You know, you can go ahead and read the instructions so they'll know how. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm following you now.
Very good. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, Chair. In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, commissioners will be taking general public comment and public comment on the vote for the upcoming maps, draft maps. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 875-2728-4951 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press *9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press *6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you're in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak. And again, please turn down the live stream volume for our future public comment. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, at this point, we're going to start our discussions on the Board of Equalization, and so we are in the hands of our line drawers. Is that Jamie? Yes.
Thank you so much, Chair Turner. Jamie is going to share the map in 1 second. And as you know, of course, there's four districts that need to be drawn, and what we will have on the map and what's ready to go is the Senate districts that you just completed. And then you can move from them if you wish to, for example, nest, that could be done. So just 1 moment, please, and your map should be coming your way in 1 second. Thank you.
So, commissioners, what is on the screen now is, of course, state of California, and as Karin noted, the Senate districts that you just were working on. And they're each filled in a different color. We also have the current Board of Equalization boundaries, if you wish to reference those throughout this process, and whatever you would like to do, please just let us know. and can go from there.
Thank you, Jamie. At this point, we will entertain comments from commissioners if there is a desire of where we'd like to start. I see hands. Commissioner Sinai?
Before we start, I was hoping we could take a step back and really think about the Board of Equalization, its role, and with that, what makes sense for what the work that they're doing. And I know it sounds kind of funny because we've been thinking about this for so long, but I just think it's a good place to shift from the political stuff we were talking about to taxes. And someone had said to me that a good person may be our director, our executive director, Alvaro, might be able to explain to us the Board of Equalization's roles and some of the things we should be thinking about as we are creating these districts.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Director Alvaro, I'll punt over to you.
Wonderful. Let me see if I can. I've never worked for Board of Equalization, but I did interact with them on a regular basis with a lot of the outreach that I did. As it stands, my understanding is that the Board of Equalization is responsible for property taxes. They administer that part of the tax law. And so essentially, you have the different districts, you have the different representatives.
Director Alvaro, can I have you turn your camera on?
Oh, forgive me. There we go. Okay. Again, I haven't been I'm not as familiar with the actual roles of the board members, what they do on a regular basis other than administer the property taxes. So I apologize. I wish I had more information for you, but I do not at this point.
I didn't mean to set you up to fail. I think you were helpful. No, someone else had said we should ask Alvaro, so I apologize. I think what you gave us is really critical.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Anderson.
Wow, okay. I actually just pulled up their real quick, their website. Established, let's see, in the Constitution, to regulate county assessment practices, equalize county assessment ratios, and assess property taxes for inter-county California railroads. So anyway, that's really not why I raised my hand. I think there's a couple of ways we could do it. One would be, go east and west, either from north to south, or, you either go east to west, cut up California in half. You have Northern California, then maybe Central, and then you're going to have LA, and then you're going to have the Southern. Or you go north to south. And if it's talking about property taxes, maybe that kind of makes sense to try to keep maybe some of the counties together too. So I'm really not helping. I'm just kind of throwing things out there in terms of how we can do that.
No worries. It's absolutely time to discuss it. We've not spent much time at all talking about the Board of Equalization. So this is the right forum. Commissioner Anderson?
Yes, it's basically, the BOE does, there are all sorts of, that's not just property tax, it's alcohol tax, it's insurance tax, but, and it's both county and individual taxes. And so it does make sense, because it is, a huge portion is indeed collecting property taxes, which is county-based, to look at, basically to group our four groups, picking 10 assembly districts, Senate districts, nest them. And it does make sense to do it regionally, because there, you try to get a county. This makes, it makes a lot of sense to group it that way. Also, that's how it's been done typically. So the groups are a little more acquainted with their areas. And I would recommend a way that we start would be actually, because going on numbers, I would start in the very southeast corner San Diego, getting that county, basically picking 10 Senate districts.
Okay.
Put them together, but then they do have to have the plus or minus 5%. So when we add them, if it's over, we have to drop one Senate district, grab another, and try to keep them as close as possible. Then say LA, and then say up the coast, going inland from the Bay Area till we have those, and then the entire north through the Central Valley.
I like that as a suggestion. We'll take a look at it. But let's step back since Commissioner Sinai introduced this for us. Let's just go through a fact sheet and make sure that we're all on the same page with the Board of Equalization. The State Board of Equalization, BOE, was created in 1879 by constitutional amendment and charged with the responsibility for ensuring that county property tax assessment practices were equal and uniform throughout the state. Through the years, legislative changes expanded the BOE's role to administer the additional taxes and fees. Effective July 1st, 2017, the BOE returned to its constitutional responsibilities. The BOE is responsible for property tax programs, alcoholic beverage tax, tax on insurers, and private railroad car tax. Thank you very much. Fact sheet. You can Google anything. All right. Commissioner Anderson, you do have a proposal. We're going to take a couple of other hands, and then we're going to let you start with your proposal. Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Toledo.
I was actually going to start looking at the map, but if Commissioner Anderson has a plan in mind, then she should go first.
Commissioner Toledo.
I also was going to suggest starting off by looking at the existing map and then as needed, depending on and to adjust that map as needed to reflect the changes that we have made with the state Senate districts.
Okay. Can you flash for us the current Board of Equalization, and then we'll go to Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, one moment, please. I'm going to take off the Senate districts you just worked on, just so there's a little more clarity as to what's on the map. And I just put on the map the current Board of Equalization districts with their numbers. They are outlined in blue. So one of them, District 4, is mostly Southern California, not including San Bernardino County. There is some San Bernardino County included in this district. District 3 includes Ventura County and Southern Los Angeles County, with a little corner of the southwestern San Bernardino County. District 2 is Santa Barbara County, moving north, including some of the more inland counties. And then District 1 is northeastern California and areas in the Central Valley and along the Sierras.
Thank you for sharing that. Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, thank you. So just to be certain and to be clear, we're concerned with population and a desire for nesting. Would you say that that's our overall goal?
Yes. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I believe they actually have to be 10 Senate districts. We nest them at 10, so we can't adjust the Senate district. We have to change the Senate district to have them plus or minus 5%.
Commissioner Anderson, they don't have to be 10 Senate districts.
I'd like to get official read on that, please.
Sure. Line drawers. Karen?
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair Turner. So one way to look at this is that you could use the Senate districts and then just start nesting and see what it looks like. And then when you can't nest or you feel like the Senate districts are not very helpful anymore, then you can, of course, take portions of the Senate district, or you can go back to just any kind of geography and just start mapping and working them out that way. So using the Senate districts to map is basically just a starting point. If it works out that you can just use the Senate districts, that's fine. But if not, then you can just start with that, perhaps just get to your 10 million, roughly 10 million threshold, and then, make adjustments based on that. Does that make sense?
It does. I just want to make sure that was not my understanding of the actual specific rules of it. So it really is just plus or minus 5% of what, 900 and
Yeah.
9 million.
Yeah,
9 million.
880,859.
No, 90 million, 90 million, 98 million. No.
It's 9 million.
Yes, I'm sorry, 9,088,80. Okay. Okay. I'd still recommend we try it with the Senates because that's an easier way to do it and then adjust from there.
You have the floor, Commissioner Anderson.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. But so with that in mind, can we see the Senate districts? And I was hoping that they'd have their deviations on them.
Yep, one moment, please.
Great,
I
thank you.
can add the name and deviation, and just a note that because all of the Senate districts that you're working with are within plus or minus 5% deviation, you should be able to nest any 10 of them, and they would fall within plus or minus 5% deviation.
That's the hope.
While Commissioner Anderson, while you're thinking about that, we have Commissioner Taylor, Fernandez, and Yee, and Sinai, and Toledo. Commissioner Taylor? Commissioner Fernandez?
Slow hand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm just ready to draw.
All right, Commissioner Yee?
Just back to the nesting question, I believe it's the same relationship as the Senate, the Assembly to the Senate districts. Nesting is the sixth criterion. So we've generally, thought about having 2 Assembly districts per Senate district, but there's no requirement that they actually nest. It's just where possible. So 10 Senate districts into 1 BOE district where possible, but that's the lowest criterion. That's my understanding.
This is Dale Larson. That is accurate. The main difference is that because the populations are so big, we don't have any VRA considerations at this level, and you've received far less community of interest input as to Board of Equalization. And so it's easy to get to that criteria and use it.
Great. Commissioner Sinai?
On the topic of community of interest input, we did receive some, but not a lot. So I did check, and we have received some. It's interesting what we have received, but yes, you are right.
In the interest of fair maps, I think deciding on where to start the mapping process would make sense, whether it's the Central Valley or Northern California, Southern California. So just picking a place, getting to the 10 million, and then identifying others would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, if we could sort of blow up the middle of the map, please, so we can, yeah, and then just, I can start, say, how about this one, pick 10, we can get a number? Or anyone can.
Would you like to start, please?
In the southeast corner, please. So let's start with SECA.
Okay, one moment. Making these first selections, just because it's the first selection we're making with this map, it might just take a minute for the program to catch up with us.
Thank you. Just, yeah. 1, 2.
It's up because I'm just ready to go, and I can help if I need. I would suggest starting, grab all of LA and see what that is.
I think because I don't want to get anybody left out. So there's one. Now, Gab, core 54 Kajan. Yeah, go right up, go right up the coast, please.
One moment, please.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to go. But then we might miss some, like you can't.
We're not going to miss any. It's going to be contiguous.
Okay.
Commissioner
So next,
Ahmad?
yeah.
Commissioner Anderson, I think what maybe I can try to. I think what folks are trying to say is that if we start where the population is more dense, we can lock one BOE district
Okay,
in and then work outward.
But I mean, okay, we already, now how many do we have? We have 3, correct? So 1, 2, 3. Now add the,
If I could just pause for 1 second, please, and this is just for a technical purpose. I apologize for interrupting. Could I just make this change? It's such a huge selection. There's so much data associated that we might lose it if I don't just say, let's assign this to, maybe we can name them A, B, C, and D for now, just as draft.
Sure.
This could be A, if that's, unless anyone has a strong preference otherwise.
X, Y, Z. No,
Okay.
this is fine, Jamie, yes.
so 1, 2, 3, 4, MCV, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So I committed
10.
this change in just 1 moment, please, while the program works.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3.
Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry. Mine's just, again, philosophical or big picture type question. Because we've heard so much of the difference between rural and urban communities, does it make sense at all when we're looking at the Board of Equalizations to think about coastal versus inland? Because when it comes to taxes and all that, there's very different philosophies. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Mm-hmm. And I think that might be what Commissioner Anderson is going for.
Yes, because it's also county-based, because, you know, the county collects property taxes. So I'm trying to get the 10, including, like, we have Imperial County, we have San Diego County, trying to get Riverside County, we'll probably get Orange, and we might, depending on if, you know, I'm trying to grab the closest adjacent ones, and then that's that. Then we do LA.
Commissioner Fernandez?
I'm just waiting for the baton to be passed. Again, I really think we should grab LA.
Okay.
Well, you know, we've done 3. Can we just, you know, it's a.
So Commissioner Anderson, I just hear dissension.
Okay, all right, stop. Good. Hold the phone, throw it out, do it again, somewhere else. Okay.
Commissioner Fernandez.
I know everyone's chomping at the bit here, but.
Sadwani, Commissioner Fernandez, and then Jamie, we're going to scrap this for now.
No, you could keep that as an A. And we can start
But
another
we only
one,
have 3
right, Jane?
counties in it. I mean, we only have three.
Commissioner Anderson. Okay, we're going to have to work through the chair for this meeting and not have the crosstalk. We have 3 counties in it. You said we can save that as opposed to script. So save that as an A for now.
Thank you. I committed the change. You can see the progress bar at the bottom. It's going very slowly. It's like our personal Jeopardy song countdown, kind of. So I already committed this change. I can't undo it until it's already done. So
until it's done.
Thank you all for your
see.
patience.
Okay, we're learning the process. Commissioner Fernandez?
Oh, I can go now? Jamie? I can go? Oh, LA, please. Can you? No.
Oh,
it's still loading, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. I was waiting.
Okay, so we'll go to the other comments. Commissioner Toledo?
So maybe while we're waiting for the system to load, and I'm anticipating it'll take some time every time we do a district just because of how many thousands of people we're talking about. Maybe we can start thinking about which districts we want to include that'll get us to 10 million. So, so just so that we can move this along faster, right? So we can just lump the districts. I'm also thinking about Los Angeles County and the areas around there, because we'll get to the 10 million pretty quickly if we grab those. And then, here in this area, it's probably orange with what we have here, and going up San Bernardino and into the Central Valley to get it's going to probably go high up into the Central Valley in order to get the 10 million, but that would be the second. And then, of course, a Bay Area district that goes up probably, or into the central coast. But if we can go through the exact state senate district is what we're looking at this point, and just kind of get them, just organize them so that we have the 4 districts ready for them to be populated into a map. And I don't have the districts in front of me, but if maybe we can just pull those up while we're and start listing them.
Chair, could I list the 10 that I was going to put in this one? I'll
Just list them. Okay. List your name. Yes, please list yours.
Okay. So we already have SECA, and then the core Cajon, the the NDS. Then I was going to grab the MCV, 4, the CBRC, 5, SWRC, 6, the POF, that's 7. And then I believe there's the 2 in Orange County. One is SA, I think, well, there are 3 in there, and I can't read the names of them. But the Orange County ones. So it's SSA, and then there.
SAA, and what else?
They're not all named. We'd have to blow it up a little bit. But those would be the ones that would make the 10 in this corner.
Okay, great. Commissioner Toledo, did you have some that you're naming?
Go
ahead.
So here we go. So we'll start with. Sorry about that.
Should I go like this? Oh, no, it's going to mess them up.
Yeah, so let's just go with. I'm just going to name the page number of the map, if that'll work, or maybe. Well, here I'll do the actual map. SCSFV. Then VSDEVENT SFV, which is.
Okay. Was that all one?
No.
There's 2 maps. So the first one is.
SVSFB.
Just read the middle.
Yes, SCSFV. Second would be EVENTSFV. V as in Victor. Third would be LA Bay Area. Fourth would be west of 110. Fifth would be SPCC. Next would be 7102 Water. The next one would be SD Nella, followed by SD 60X805, then SD 210, and lastly we would have SD 10WE.
That might be like the 11th one. So we'll have to decide.
And I believe that will get us to population. But if we need another one, we can add, or a partial amount, we can add a partial amount of population from ANTVICAL, which, because the deviations are slightly different, we may need a little bit additional population.
Okay, mappers, a question on the process for the time that it takes. So we have a couple of different maps that are named, and what works best at this point?
I think just letting us know which Senate districts you would like to be in each Board of Equalization district, and we can add them and go from there. Perhaps we could finish this one and then move on to the next one? Finish this district, which is right now negative 60% deviation.
Okay.
Would that work for you?
I'm just looking here to see if any of them cross, and I don't think so.
So should I leave,
So,
read
yes,
that list?
continue
Yeah.
with your list.
So the MCV, please. And,
One moment, please.
oh, I can see it better now. Thank you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So it currently has 4 assigned to it. It's picking up this MCV.
1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 5?
This would be the 5th, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Jamie, name the communities that are included, please.
The Coachella Valley is here.
I'm sorry, just your tags that's there. SECA.
So it's currently SECA, Core Cajon, SD, POW, ESC, SOC, and SD, and this is MCV.
Okay.
Was that 5?
This is with this addition, there would be 5 Senate districts
Great.
in here.
Could we then add SWRC?
Are there any others you have in mind right now that I could select all at once?
Yes.
You said SBRC.
SBRC. POF. And then IOC.
Thank you. I'm going to add all of those in due time. I just clicked on IOC as well, and then I will commit this change once IOC is included in the selection.
One moment before you collect, because then we'll need to wait. Commissioner Anderson, was there anything else you wanted in this?
Yes, we need to get 10. So we have 1, 2,
Jamie, can we
3,
add them
4,
all in before you commit?
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I would go for the I don't know what's, it's not enabled, the one that's at the coast?
This one?
Yes. And then here's a question. Would we rather add SAA and delete essentially the one that goes up into in San Bernardino? Would that be more compact? See, right now we'd have a small SAA. We could switch the small SAA for the large MCV, since that's more rural. And then that way we'd have all of Orange County, all of Imperial San Diego, and, well, parts of Riverside. But we'd only have a little tiny bit of San Bernardino.
Well, we can select what you desire, and we'll commit it and see what it looks like and keep going.
Okay. But actually, in terms of compactness, would it make a difference? If we go, our population, what population do we have right now? We're minus.
These all together would be a percent deviation of negative 0.52%.
Perfect. So it's that or switch the MCV for the SAA. So all of Orange County is in it. Any preference from anybody?
I'd like to select this.
Okay. And that'll be the A grouping.
I committed this change and just waiting for the change to be enacted.
Okay, and Commissioner Toledo, I think I captured yours. You have the ones you gave. We'll try that next.
Yes, and
She's going to wait until it accepts, though, so don't.
Could I just say, if you do capture, could you please get SAA so it's not lost?
We're not even halfway there, are we? Yikes. Look at that slow bar down there. Yeah. So it's a pretty long wait time. So in the meantime, we can maybe consider what will be next after we have grabbed the SVSFB, EBE, NSF, Bay. We got your whole list going there. And so do you have a third list for us? Okay, let's hear it.
yeah, I do. Let's go through it.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Right here. So, end coast. So starting off in the north, then followed by SD 80 corridor, Eden Tech, San Jose, mid coast.
Keep going.
Wait a minute, there's one called Mid-Coast?
That's correct. S Coast. Some of the names are a little bit different. If we look at the map that was posted to
I'm
the
looking at the
public.
list, that's right. Okay, in coast, and start again then. 'cause that
So
was-
mid coast, then S Coast,
And then it kind of depends.
then we have SCSFV and West, which we start getting into Los Angeles. So it depends on where Commissioner
Anderson.
Anderson's map, term it finishes.
Okay, and then you have a fourth one.
Do you have another list, Commissioner Anderson? You have,
Yes, and this would be going to LA. It would be SSA,
It's the same one we did.
then it would be, no, we didn't put, yes, I'm doing LA, right? So it's SSA did not get into quote, or A one, so this B, so I don't know, B or whatever. SSA, then it was the 710, no, 710 to water, I think it's called. And then the SPCC, and then the LA Bay Area. Then it would be SD 60X 605. Then west of 110. Who's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
question for you, are you using the new labels?
Oh, I don't know. Where would one find the new labels?
That are posted for the public have the new labels on them. So we're using those maps.
Okay, let me, and so that is under our
Handout.
handout. And it has the list of, that got posted as well? No?
So if you go onto, under today's meeting,
Right.
under handouts, and then scroll all the way to the bottom, it'll have the
I don't,
Senate.
I have the Senate. Oh, I see, okay, well.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can't, how do you, let me see, okay.
I do suggest that on the
Move it.
on the Southern California district we just drew that we add SSA, given that that's in Orange County and not part of Los Angeles.
Right, so, because I was asking that, so do you want to take out MCV?
Yes, because that'll be part of Los Angeles.
No, I'm sorry, MCV is not part of Los Angeles. MCV is part of half of Riverside and half of San Bernardino.
But that, yes, I understand, and that would make more sense with Los Angeles, I believe, rather than.
No, that would go with like Ant Vic Valley and then ECA going up.
Yeah, so that would make sense with the Central Valley district, is what I meant. Sorry, lots of districts here.
Oh, okay. So, I'm sorry, I can't read that. It's to get. How are you able to? Where do you have a list of the names of them? Where are you getting the proper names?
Expand it.
You can, if you pull it off of the handouts,
Right.
you have a map, and the map has all of the district names.
Oh, she can't read them though.
Yeah, I can't get it big enough
And then
to
you can
read.
you can
Expand it.
expand it and magnify it so that it's large enough that you can read it.
when I expand it, it goes off the table. I mean, off the, I can't get it over there.
And we
Hang on.
did go off the list from this week's. So if you go back to this week's, it'll have most of the names stayed. There's just some changes.
Well, I'm trying to read inside LA.
I think we already gave them the LA ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought that's.
Yeah, we gave them 10 from the LA. And so now we're working on the other ones.
Okay, so did you include SSA in that?
No, we didn't because SSA should be with Southern California.
Okay, I was asking about that when I added the to SSA or MCW, and no one said anything, so.
So if we can add SSA to Southern California, we can just make the change really quickly. It's not going to be a
Yeah,
problem.
we'll have to change that one.
Jamie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are switching to 4 different mapping computers so we could just get a list for
Beautiful.
each potential Board of Equalization district, and we'll watch the spinny circle go on our individual computers instead of everybody as a group together. So please let us know which Senate districts you would like to be nested. If we could get maybe a list in writing to share amongst ourselves, that would be helpful. And then we will come back to you once we've merged all of those layers together in one computer.
Yeah.
You could read
we'll
off.
need to read it
Oh.
off. I don't want to give it in writing. Okay, we can do both. We can do both perhaps, but I definitely want to make sure that we're saying it out loud. Okay? Okay, they got the pens ready. We're ready. Okay, Commissioner Toledo,
So should we start from the top?
start from, yes.
So let's start with the end coast, then SD 80 corridor. And I know you're writing, so I'll be slow. Eden Tech, San Jose, Mid Coast, S Coast, SCSFV, west of 110, so it's west of 110.
Wait.
And right here, we're starting to get into Los Angeles, so I'm trying to avoid that.
West of 110 was LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that gives you the bulk of them.
So that's the Northern the coastal districts. In addition to that, we did the Napa district as well. That is right here. So it's the Napa Yolo district.
What did you do with NorCal, NORCA?
So that'll be in the next set. So the next set, so that's the first set, coastal. Second set would include NorCal, Sacramento, ECA, Benito Fresno, Kings, Kern. Then the district from Fresno to Kern County, as well as Ant VICAL.
I think, and then we've got to figure out the rest because it's too.
And because of deviations, we'll have to work through the Los Angeles
Oh, she's
and
saying MCV also.
Yeah.
MCV. MCV? Okay.
so we'll include MCV in that if population allows, whereas population allows, then the rest of the Los Angeles counties would be lumped together, and we can go through those.
And disperse.
Yeah, and disperse, and we can go through those one by one, just so the public is aware what they are.
Okay, before you do that, I'm showing the MCV as part of that first visualization that we already have, so it's not left hanging right now, part of the A that was offered up.
No, but we may need some of that population to get to the 10 million.
Right, I was just responding to
Okay.
it hanging.
Yeah.
Go break now?
And I'll list out the Los Angeles County so that we have those as well, and that the public is aware which ones we're considering for the Los Angeles region, and that's SCSFV, Event SFV, LA Bay Area, west of 11, or west of 110 rather, SPCC, 710-2 Water, SD Nella, SD 60X 605, SD 210, SD 10WE.
Yeah.
And that's the 10 for Los Angeles.
I was just going to say from writing in my notes, in B, from what I wrote down, you also said west of 110 in B, and so maybe I heard that wrong?
That's, if population allows, we'll use that. That can, I think we'll have to take some population and include it in, we'll have to split that in potentially if we need to. If we don't, it'll go with Southern California, or rather Los Angeles. Does that make sense? So if we need to, we can split that district.
And then, we might have missed one of the districts because it's hard to drill down to it, so, but that would probably be in the LA area. Thanks.
Madam Chair, would it be okay if Kennedy read back the districts just so that we are selecting the correct ones and adding them?
Yes,
and no
please.
overlaps? Okay, thank you.
So I'll start with the North Coast. So we have North Coast, SD 80 Corridor, Eden Tech, San Jose, Mid Coast, S Coast, South Coast, SCSVV, SF.
SCSFV.
SCSFV.
Yes, thank you.
Napa, and west of 110 possibly, or some of it.
That's correct.
Wait, yeah, the yellow, where's that? Oh.
We forgot.
Okay.
And we also have the transcript, so that is okay.
Is there another one you want to read back?
It was okay because we had it in the transcript, so that's okay. Thank you.
Could we please ask a clarifying question? Which visualization should the shoreline go in? This is like the Malibu, Santa Monica, Torrance area. I don't think that we have that captured anywhere.
That's Los Angeles if we need the population, otherwise in North Coast
Thank you.
or the coastal.
Actually, Kennedy, did we give you 10 for each one? Because I couldn't read, we can't read down to all of them, so I was thinking that we might be short. Is that the San Jose one, Commissioner Anderson? Is there one, oh, there's an Oakland one in there? Right, yeah. Yeah, I think we missed some because we can't see the layers. Some of them, yeah.
Commissioners? So let's see. We're going to go to a quick break to allow the maps to continue to load. And we'll be back in 15 minutes. If you're in the queue, please stay in the queue. Thank you. Well, good evening and welcome back into session, commissioners, and thank you so much for waiting. I can't even imagine the patience that it requires. I appreciate each and every one of you. We needed to wait until the visualizations, the map was up, and just technology sometimes does not work the way you think it wants to. It takes a little bit longer, but we are indeed working with 40 almost million people, so that is quite a number of people that we needed to wait on. So thank you. We do have it. By the way, wanting to let you know, those that have not yet found it, we do have all 3 images that are up on our website now, PNG, so you're able to see the Senate maps, congressional maps, assembly maps. They're in PNG format, so if you'll download those, you'll be right with us as we're able to see what we're looking at. And at this point, we are ready for you to show us.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to zoom into the different Board of Equalization districts that are shown on the map. Just a broad overview is that District A, which includes a lot of Southern California, is negative 0.7%. B, which includes a lot of Los Angeles County, is negative 0.21%. C, which is all of these coastal areas here, is 1.72%. And D, which is a lot of northeastern California and the Central Valley, is negative 0.81%. So all of those, of course, are within the plus or minus 5% deviation. And then I'm just going to zoom into each of the districts that I just described with the Senate districts, also shown on the map so that the commission can just look at which Senate districts are in each Board of Equalization district. These are the districts that were requested by the commission to be included in each district. So District A, which is here in blue, includes SECA, COR Cajon, SD POW ESC, SOC NSD, SWRC, SBRC, POF, IOC, NOC, Coast, and SAA. Moving on to District B, this district includes SCSFV, East Ventura, San Fernando Valley, SD Shoreline, west of 110, SD Nila, SD 210, SD 10WE, SD 60 by 605, 710 to water, SPCC. Moving on to District C, this includes S Coast, Mid Coast, San Jose, Peninsula, SF, Eden Tech, Cocoa, SD 80 Corridor, the North Coast, Napa Byron, and that is it. I'm just going to zoom out so we can all see this in this District C in its entirety. It's going to have to get zoomed out a long way. It's big geographically. And next, moving to District D, this is the final district in this plan, Board of Equalization plan. It includes the North California Senate District. Zooming in, it includes Placer ED, Placer El Dorado, Sacramento, SSAC Stannis, ECA, Fresno Kern, S. Ben Fresno, Kings Kern, the Fresno Kern, and Antelope Valley, Victor Valley Visualization, and MCV. I'm going to zoom out one more time just to get a look at the whole Board of Equalization plan in its entirety. I will take off the Senate districts just to get a good look at everything.
Woo-hoo, good job. All right. Okay. I would love, I'm looking around, I'd like to lock it in.
I think looking at this, it reflects the direction that was given by both myself and Commissioner Anderson, and I'd like to lock it in. And with that, I also want to motion to approve the draft maps for the state. I'm not waiting because I believe all of these maps fairly reflect would create fair maps that would allow us to get reflection from the state of California. So I'm motioning to approve the draft maps for the State Senate, State Assembly, the U.S. House of Representatives, and Board of Equalization.
I second. This is Isra on the phone.
Beautiful. Who was the second from?
Isra.
Isra, yes. Commissioner Ahmad, yes. Okay. One moment, please. So at this point, we have a motion and a second. However, we are going to go to public comment before we vote and get this up and posted.
Sounds good. So If we could please, you can please stop the share at this time, and we will prepare to begin to receive public comments.
Thank you so much for waiting. Oh, we have a proposal and we have a motion for our maps and a second. So we are getting those up and posted while we prepare to take public comment so that we can move forward on a vote on our maps. And so at this time, Christian, will be in your hands to open the lines.
All right, Chair, and those lines have been open as they were opened earlier, and we do have some callers. And Katie, are you available?
I am. Do you not hear me?
I can hear you, and go ahead.
All right. Well, we will go ahead and start with caller. Real quick, I would like to announce that most people have raised their hand. For those that have called in, if you do wish to give comments on the motion on the floor or general public comment this evening, please press *9. This will raise your hand.
I had one more point before we get started. There was direction from the chair that the time tonight for public comment will be 1 minute and 30 seconds. So we'll be giving you a warning when you have 30 seconds remaining and when you have 15 seconds remaining.
Perfect. Thank you. Right now, we will start with caller 2232, and up next after that will be caller 6058. Caller 2232, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Kayla Asato. I am an organizer with Orange County Environmental Justice. And I just wanted to say thank you for all of your hard work in drafting all these maps and everything. Admittedly, a lot of my public comments were back when there were visualizations, and the website is giving me a lot of difficulty with viewing the draft map proposals. So just wanted to say that I would very much like us to keep Santa Ana and Anaheim whole, and West Anaheim and South Fullerton whole. South Fullerton being south of Chapman instead of south of Malvern. In Orange County. I don't recall, I think it's 1105, but I don't know if that's relevant to the draft maps and everything. I think that the assembly maps are more or less okay, but there are some things that really could be changed for our communities of interest, for our environmental justice communities between South Fullerton, West Anaheim. And for the state Senate maps, I don't know where to begin. There are a lot of things that just look weird on the visualization. But again, I haven't been able to view the draft map proposals very well. But yeah, bottom line is keep South Fullerton and West Anaheim whole. And for state Senate and Congress, keep them together with Santa Ana so that we can have voting rights act districts in Orange County for the congressional and state Senate levels.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6058, and up next after that will be caller 8499. Caller 6058, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And one more time, and caller with the last 4 digits, 6058. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. I do apologize, caller 6058. I do know you have been waiting on hold for quite some time. I will come back to you. There may be a connectivity issue at this time. Right now, we will go to caller 8499. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I was listening to the meeting this morning, and I would like to thank the Commission, specifically Commissioner Akutagawa and Commissioner Anderson, for hearing my community and current concern about being combined. I appreciate you all taking our input and want to encourage you to find a solution that makes both counties happy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 2668, and up next after that will be caller 3700. Caller 2668, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commission. Thank you so much for hearing me today. So I've been listening in, and I appreciate that you guys are kind of taking our concerns in, because I'm from Kern County, our concerns about being combined with Fresno. Honestly, my concerns are that the district is just too large. It spans a huge amount of landmass that would take forever to travel to for anybody, really. The counties are really unique, and I think they deserve their representation. Obviously, someone from Fresno wouldn't be able to represent Kern County all that well, and someone from Kern County couldn't represent Fresno that well. So I think it's really, really important that they get their own representation, and honestly knows the needs of their community there. So I urge the Commission to continue taking our concerns into consideration and find a solution for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 3700, and up next after that will be caller 7693. Caller 3700, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Betty Wilson. I'm the Executive Director for the Business Council. I'm calling in today regarding Zone F. I just wanted to thank each commissioner for your hard work and for those commissioners that have heard the voices of our diverse community. We've been very happy with the proposed map on the congressional draft map. We just want to make sure that you reference our submitted map 1006-202-1112, but so far it looks very promising and we're real excited about that. Just wanted to share early on, our community has been very engaged in this process, and I know you have seen the numerous emails regarding the congressional, Senate, and Assembly districts, so thank you. The Assembly districts are also moving towards our submitted map, 1007-202-1124, again designed with our large Latino population and other communities of interest in mind, while balancing the success of collaborations over the last 10 years. We encourage the use of our proposed Assembly districts, 1007-202-1124, as the architecture for our Senate district. That map submitted was 1006-202-1123. This would allow for nesting and meet the Commission's criteria. Thank you so very much for hearing the voice of the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 7693, and up next after that will be caller 1898. Caller 7693, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hello, this is Chris Rowe. I submitted testimony online. I'm calling for DSD event SFB 1107. Please do not divide the San Fernando Valley into Ventura County. There's a population of over 10 million, 47,926 people in LA County. This would mean that you would have a whole Board of Equalization district in LA County alone, greater than your population requires. And we should have this district, event SSB 1107, completely within the San Fernando Valley. And I've submitted similar testimony regarding the DSD LA Bay Area 1107, how it should be designed. It should stop on Sunset before Santa Monica and move to the north and take
30 seconds.
The area that you have west of the 405 freeway and put it in with the eastern portion. And if you read my written testimony, it will explain it more
15.
Clearly. And I just want to say thank you. I've been spending the hours with you this week, 11 hours, I believe, on Monday and 10 on Tuesday, and since noon today. So I know the time that you guys are putting in, and I greatly.
Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 1898.
Thank you.
And up Thank you so much. Right now we have caller 1898, and up next after that will be caller 4984. Caller 1898, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I know it's been kind of crazy for you guys this evening, so I'll get right to the point. My name is Sandy. I'm a resident of Fresno. I want to thank all of you, the Commission, for acknowledging my concerns on today's meeting. I appreciate that you're thinking of us while you're making these decisions, and I just want to make sure that you know we're grateful for your consideration. That being said, I want to ask you again that you not link Fresno with Bakersfield. I understand the considerations that you're having to balance, and I do not envy your task, but please find a way to separate my community with Bakersfield on the congressional and Senate maps. We're different communities. We have different needs, and they're very different. So thank you for your time, and again, for recognizing our concerns. Have a good night, and thank you from my heart.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 4984, and up next after that will be caller 0053. Caller 4984, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute. The floor is yours.
Hi, I just wanted to start by thanking the commissioners who mentioned my concerns while talking about the Central Valley today. Thank you Commissioner Akutagawa, Commissioner Anderson, and Chair Turner. It means so much to me that you are listening to my concerns. I know it's hard to find a place for Kern County, but I appreciate that you all are trying. One possible way to give us some more accurate representation would be to keep Rosedale and Stockdale together in all the districts you're drawing. I know on the map it might look like we're two different communities, but if you were to visit Bakersfield, you'd see that we're really one cohesive community. The way you've drawn the district now is you've put Rosedale together with Oildale, which I think is correct, but what's incorrect is disconnecting Stockdale and the rest of Southwest Bakersfield by putting them in with downtown East Bakersfield and some of the smaller farming communities like Arvin and Delano. It makes much more sense to treat Rosedale, Stockdale, Southwest, and Oildale as one community and put the rest of Bakersfield with the smaller farming communities. I'm asking that you do this and continue to hear my community as we speak what we have to say. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you again for all the work that you're doing, and have a good night tonight.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 0053, and up next after that will be caller 6836. Caller 0053, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Alrighty, so my name is Blaine Hayduke. I'm actually from Bakersfield. I was just actually calling. I understand you guys have a huge issue, like a huge problem with putting Kern County in a specific area. Really, the big problem that I have with it is you guys are dividing Bakersfield, Hagen Oaks, Seven Oaks, Gosford, and the Stockdale area from the rest of the communities, from Rosedale and even Oildale. I live in Hagen Oaks in the southwest side of town. My parents live in Rosedale, cousin lives in Rosedale, and some of my best friends live in Oildale. Really, everyone I know lives like in these areas. Now, the problem with it is it's true that a lot of people who live kind of in separate communities. But we are just one big community, and I believe the splitting Rosedale and Oildale from the rest of Kern County would be a huge mistake. Again, I just wanted to say thank you very much. I don't envy you guys for having to make the decisions, but I really would want you guys to take into consideration.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 6836, and up next after that will be caller 0073. Caller 6836, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm an elementary school teacher here in the Rosedale Union School District. I've taught second graders for 7 years now, and I'm calling to object to the way that you've divided the districts in Bakersfield. I've got to know a lot of faculty members and fellow educators over the years, and one thing I've noticed is many of them who live here in Southwest Bakersfield work in Northwestern Bakersfield. There are a lot of issues that a legislator or representative has to understand relating to public education in our community, and we need to be able to choose a representative as one community who really understands the needs of educators. If you draw this artificial separation between our communities, you're going to split the vote of educators like me who need to be able to elect a representative that understands our needs. So please take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 0073, and up next after that will be caller 6207. Caller 0073, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Mike I with Equality California, and I'm calling to ask again that the LGBTQ plus community of interest in the Coachella Valley be kept together. As a reminder, for the Coachella Valley Congressional and Assembly visualizations, we ask that you unite Coachella Valley's LGBTQ plus community on both sides of the 10 freeway in a single assembly and congressional district, as was done in the Senate visualization. Rather than putting communities north of the 10 freeway like North Palm Springs, Cathedral City, Desert Hot Springs into a district with Imperial County. For the Coachella Valley Senate visualizations, we greatly appreciate how you've united the LGBTQ plus community. We think that San Bernardino communities like Big Bear Lake and Yucaipa would belong better in San Bernardino district rather than with the Desert Coachella Valley district. We respectfully ask that the commissioners not vote to accept the draft maps, but instead fix these errors first. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And right now, we'll have caller 6207. And up next after that will be caller 5056. Caller 6207, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, and thanks for taking my call. I want to get with my strong concerns over combining Fresno and Bakersfield. These are totally different communities that cannot be adequately represented by the same representatives. Combining us will be diminishing the voices of citizens in both Fresno and Bakersfield, and will weaken our ability to elect candidates that will take the tough issues facing both of our communities. Thank you for mentioning our concerns during today's session. That did not go unnoticed. We're simply asking for you to find a way to make sure both of our voices are heard on the congressional and Senate side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we'll have caller 5056. And up next after that will be caller 7625. Caller 5056, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Chang, and I'm the organizing director at Adi for Justice, a nonprofit organization focused on youth organizing, civic engagement, and providing immigrant legal services. Before anything else, I would like to thank you all for your commitment to this crucial process. We understand that planning, executing plans, collecting data, and organizing data, and making sense of all of it takes a lot of work, communication, time, and dedication. Today, I wanted to comment on the communities of interest in South Fullerton and West Anaheim. Low-income immigrant communities in South Fullerton, south of Chapman Avenue, and West Anaheim share common challenges like environmental justice and access to affordable housing. And these parts of Orange County should be drawn together. For the assembly maps, I wanted to thank the Commission for drawing South Fullerton with parts of West Anaheim. There are some minor line changes that I think would better reflect our COI, which will be provided in an email.
30 seconds.
For the Senate draft maps, thank you for moving towards creating a VRA district. And then lastly, for the congressional map, thank you for drawing parts of South Fullerton into recent VRA district. Thank you so much for your time and thank you for your commitment.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 7625, and up next after that will be caller 5944. Caller 7625, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi there. My name is David. I'm calling with Bay Rising. Want to echo all of the chorus of people saying thank you so much for all of your work. Just sitting through trying to get on public comment has been harrowing. So all the work that y'all are doing is really quite amazing. And I'm calling, I'm with Bay Rising, as I said, and, last night we called in to talk about the areas of Hayward and Ashland and the unincorporated areas of southern Alameda County. And I'm pretty sure Commissioner Anderson referenced it. And then, y'all went and talked about Vallejo for a while last night, which we also very much support the work that y'all were trying to do to connect Vallejo to those areas as well. But we just want to make sure that the areas of Hayward, Ashland, all of those areas are not forgotten. Those areas currently are put in with the Tri-Valley area east of the hills, which is a much richer, much wider part of the district that belongs with areas that are closer over there. There is a really amazing map that was submitted by AASRC that has assembly maps, and it includes a district that has San Leandro, San Lorenzo, Hayward, Union City, and Newark, and is a lot closer to the areas that reflect this district. Again, it's AASRC. Thank you so much for all of the work that y'all are doing.
Thank you so much. Now, right now we will have caller 5944, and up next after that will be caller 3033. Caller 5944, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you. Hey, I just wanted to draw the commissioner's attention to the submission that the Dolores Huerta Foundation has sent to the commission about the Central Valley VRA maps, and specifically their legal analysis on the Latino CVAPs being, for the congressional maps, being inadequate, just being on the low side. In alignment with what a lot of folks have said, the Kings County VRA district that's connected, so that Stockdale Estates really could come out of there to increase Latino CVAP for that district, as well as the Seven Oaks Country Club, Sunnydale Country Club. There's just a lot of extremely white, very affluent areas that are currently included in that district with Delano, Arvin. It really just doesn't match up, and I think you guys will find significant increases to the Latino CVAP if you guys separate that along the 99 in Bakersfield. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 3033, and up next after that will be caller 0313. Caller 03033, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
Can you hear me?
The floor is, yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Yes, my name is Ralph Sonnenfeld. I live in Santa Cruz, and I just wanted to comment on the proposed assembly district for my region. I understand that, these are hard to draw, and for years and years, we have been associated with the, we're at the northern end of the Monterey Bay, and we've been associated with communities around the bay. And I understand if it's not possible to continue that, but I have a particular concern with the way that the line has separated the city of Santa Cruz from parts of unincorporated Santa Cruz County in the northern part of the county, including Live Oak and Soquel. And partially the reason for this is, this is a line that would actually separate people who are in the same high school. Kids who live across the street from each other would be in separate assembly districts, even though they're going to the same high school. They have the same, every other thing that their families vote for would be the same on the ballot. So I hope that I don't understand why, that the unincorporated portion of Santa Cruz County, including Pleasure Point, Soquel,
10 seconds.
Aptos, and as well as the city of Capitol, has been separated from the rest of.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 0313, and up next after that will be caller 5701. Caller 0313, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Howdy, Commissioners. I'm calling out of Salinas, California today, and I wanted to comment on the state Senate maps. I was watching last night. I know you guys tried to separate my county from Fresno County, but I hope you guys will try harder and make it happen. I know the draft maps that were published on 10/27, they included a separate district for my county and San Benito County. And then it let all those Fresno County people have their own district with Madero, Merced County, and those districts where there's already congressional maps that go from Fresno, Madero, Merced. There's an assembly map this cycle that you guys put out that has, Madero, Merced with Fresno. Just doesn't make much sense for my county and just my part of my county to be with Fresno. It's way too far. Our representation doesn't, a Fresno representative is not going to look out for our interests. Those mountains are hard to travel across, and we need our own coastal county out here. So I hope you guys take a hard look at that one more time. It just doesn't make any sense to have us with Fresno County. Our communities are very, very different. So I urge you guys to take a very hard look before approving these draft maps. There's not a good look. It's not a good look to have our counties continue to be represented by Fresno, and those electeds out there don't care about what's happening in the coast. They have all their people over there, and they all vote for their people.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 5701, and up next after that will be caller 5363. Caller 5701, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is John Kinsey with Wanger Jones Helsley on behalf of the Fresno Chamber of Commerce. Earlier today, Commission staff acknowledged the extensive public comment from Fresno and Bakersfield residents regarding the state Senate map, and I think you're continuing to hear those comments this evening. Specifically that Fresno and Bakersfield should not be combined. I think this was followed earlier today by a comment from the chair that the Central Valley residents got what they wanted, so the Commission didn't need to discuss the issue further. I wanted to set the record straight. That's not accurate. Those statements appear to be based on the Assembly map, not the state Senate map. In the current visualizations, we continue to have Fresno and Kern combined as a Senate district, and the commenters did not get what they wanted. We have significant concerns regarding this proposed district, and I urge the Commission to review my legal comments submitted yesterday. Fresno is the 5th largest city in the state. It should have local representation in the Senate. Despite this, the city split up with other larger, far-flung communities, such as Bakersfield and Salinas. This is a significant danger that the map will result in Fresno having no local representation. The map violates Prop 11, and I strongly suggest that the Chamber consider moving Fresno to the north, consistent with our comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 5363, and up next after that will be caller 1701. Caller 5363, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Well, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the chance to voice a few concerns, and I wanted to sincerely and honestly thank you guys for doing what all of you guys are doing. I know it's difficult, but it's so incredibly important. I live in the southwest area of Bakersfield, and I just want to let you know that Northwest Bakersfield really belongs with us. And for that matter, we really belong to them. You know, streets connect to one each other, all that. I can bike from one part to the other in like 10 minutes easily. We go to the same shops, same grocery stores. We go to the same Starbucks. We see the same movies at the marketplace. It's really just one community, and I really believe we belong in the same districts, so we can choose candidates to run and represent our whole community, not just half of it. Please consider my comments as you're making your important and difficult decision. And have a good night.
Thank you so much. Right now, we will have caller 1701, and up next after that will be caller 3171. Caller 1701, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, dear commissioners. First, I would like to thank you for all your time and letting me speak. But I have to express my opinion, and I'm very disappointed because of what I have heard and seen the past few weeks. One of the commissioners who represent Orange County is getting really popular in our little Saigon community these days. Most of us Vietnamese Americans have heard about your name by now because of what you are trying to do by splitting our little Saigon community apart. Because of your suggestions on the draft map, our community will not have a true representation in the next decade. Because of you, our accomplishments and what we have built as a whole community in more than 40 years will now be destroyed. So I hope that you put your personal interest or agenda aside and truly do what's best for the public. I ask for all the commissioners to please relook and consider our proposal for Little Saigon community. It's important that we keep Little Saigon whole.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 3171, and up next after that will be caller 3321. Caller 3171, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm calling you from the county of Riverside, actually, the city of Riverside. My name is Gilberto Esquivel. I'm with LULAC of Riverside. And we have been working on these districts since a decade ago. What you have done with the state senate district is unbelievable. You have joined us into the San Bernardino County. Riverside and San Bernardino counties are both county seats, and they both have unique problems. And we have to individually look into our problems as we have them, as we have in the past 10 years. All our representation is in the Riverside County. We don't have any communities of interest in San Bernardino County whatsoever. We need to work individually with the Riverside area. We need to have the Assembly District and the State Senate District to show Riverside County only. We cannot go across into another county seat. That would be very difficult for them as well as for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right now we will have caller 3321, and up next after that will be caller 1043. Caller 3321, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Ana Charco, and I am a resident of Santa Ana. I also work in Santa Ana as a program associate with Latino Health Access. Latino Health Access have been probably working alongside the community residents for over 27 years to improve the social determinants of health in our city. I appreciate all of your long hours and line dryers you have put into balancing so many diverse communities of interest throughout the state. I first want to mention that Santa Ana is primarily composed of low-income and mixed immigration Latinx families, meaning that their families include undocumented U.S. residents and citizens family members. They are extremely hardworking families with many unemployed and essential jobs are often overlooked and underpaid. These cities include numerous communities of interest, such as immigrants, low-income families, families without medical insurance, and mixed immigration status families. These communities of interest are shared with those of West Anaheim and South Fullerton. Therefore, I want to acknowledge and thank you for drawing a VRA district around Latinx communities in Santa Ana, both in the Assembly and Congressional draft,
30 seconds.
and for exploring a VRA district in the Senate draft map. Once again, thank you for your time and your commitment to acknowledging everyone's input.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 1043, and up next after that will be caller 2087. Caller 1043, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 1043, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi, how you doing? I just want to, indicate that, why I appreciate some comments to make sure that unified on the set as a whole. We need a representation that who understand that unit culture community, gun girl, beach, Westminster, Midway City, Los Animals, Rosemont, Franklin Valley need to stay together for the Assembly, Senate, and Congressional District. Santa Ana or Anaheim has no community of interest with us. So I hope you don't listen to just one commissioner who is just supposed to be an expert for Orange County because he is living in Huntington Beach. For someone to say Huntington Beach does not belong to a little sidewalk is not said. And show no proof. My kid attended Boys and Girls Club of Huntington Valley, which served children
30 seconds.
And Fountain Valley. Huntington Beach baseball literally is for a little who is in Huntington Beach in Westminster. There are many more examples. Please don't separate us. Huntington Beach does not belong to Little Taiwan. We continue to fight until we have true representation. Thank you for allowing me to speak in this space out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 2087, and up next after that will be caller 6812. Caller 2087, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Cha Bang. I am with AAPI for Civic Empowerment Education Fund. I'm a longtime Sacramento resident and a part of the Hmong American, Asian American, immigrant, refugee, and underinvested communities in Sacramento. Therefore, today I will share some feedback on the Sacramento area as a resident of the Vineyard community, to which I hope will be valuable to you. Again, thank you for all the work that you all put into the Sacramento congressional lines. While not perfect, it looks much better and closer to what communities want to see. However, we are still very concerned about the Assembly and Senate maps, and I wish you had worked harder in the Sacramento area before releasing the draft. The Vineyard area is cut out of both the Assembly and state maps and put into a district with San Joaquin, which has very little in common and has a large Asian American communities of interest. And the current maps will split the Asian American communities from Vineyard from South Sacramento and Elk Grove, which is deeply connected to each other, whether it's for school districts, family, college, work, business, or other purposes. The Senate map is also cutting out the Vineyard, so we hope that you can figure out a way to put back Vineyard into the Assembly and state maps to keep the API communities of interest together. Hopefully you all can refer back to the maps that are submitted by the Asian American Advancing Justice that actually reflects the API.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 6812, and up next after that will be caller 5178. Caller 6812, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm a Yorba Linda resident, and I've spoken to the commission before about how North Orange County faces the same wildfire issues and how important it is to keep our North Orange County communities together. After weeks of testimony that stressed the importance of keeping North Orange County District together, I was really confused last night when this area somehow ended up in 3 congressional districts. These areas faces firefighters, housing affordability issues, and infrastructure issues. Yet the commission drew arbitrary lines to meet population totals instead of focusing on the community of interest. I hope you reconsider and keep North Orange County cities like Yorba Linda, Brea, Placentia, Anaheim Hills, and Orange all together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 5178. And up next after that will be caller 1013. Caller 5178, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Thank you all, commissioners. My name is John Wong. I am, again, born and raised in San Diego. I called in yesterday. Just wanted to express my disappointment today when looking at the Senate map and to see that some of my hopes to keep northern San Diego, city of San Diego communities together was kind of seen to be flippantly dismissed when, unfortunately, Commissioner Sinai allowed Salon to separate Carmel Valley as well as allow the SOC NSD district to cut in and take a portion of Red Penasquitos. I just wanted to, again, note that North City of San Diego communities like Red Penasquitos, Carmel Mountain Ranch, and Sabre Springs are communities of interest because they are in the Poway Unified School District north of Penasquitos Creek. So again, if you can please make sure that, in future maps, when you're like tinkering and editing for later drafts, to make sure that the North City of San Diego communities are kept whole, like the AD-SD Coast draft, to make sure that that is whole within the community of Carmel Valley. Also, thank you, Commissioner Sadwani, for continuing to advocate for the LGBT community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 1013, and up next after that will be caller 0597. Caller 1013, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm calling in regards to the Assembly seat located in Inglewood. The congressional map and the Senate map have the cities of Hawthorne, Lawndale, and Inglewood together, but the Assembly seat separates Lawndale, Hawthorne, and Inglewood. And I was just curious as to why that happened in the Assembly district. Lawndale Unified School District serves the children of the cities of Hawthorne and Lenox. And I would like to ask respectfully if one of the commissioners would be willing to ask the draw liners to put the cities of Lawndale, Hawthorne, and Inglewood together in the Assembly map. It's already done in the congressional one and the Senate one. And I'm just concerned about separating Lawndale from the city of Inglewood in the Assembly map. So I would, if someone can ask why that is, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0597. And up next after that, we will retry caller 6058. Caller 0597, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I was looking at the visualizations that the commission has online, and I just had a couple of concerns for Bakersfield. I think you guys were on the right track on Tuesday when you put Stockdale Country Club in with the Kern Tulare district, which I think just makes a lot more sense to throw that whole area of Bakersfield in with the community that's in that assembly district, since that whole region is really more similar to those regions than Arvin, Delano, Shafter, even downtown Bakersfield. So I hope that you guys will consider my concerns, and I hope that helps and encourage you guys to take a closer look at my community.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will be retrying caller 6058, and up next after that will be caller 6855. Caller 6058, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello. Yes. Hello.
Yes, caller 6058. We can hear you.
This is regarding tenant visualization on page 53 of VSD 1107. I live in the city of Cypress, and I'm speaking on behalf of many residents of Cypress. We're happy with the visualization page 53. The city of Cypress was in VSD Inc. with our sister cities Los Alamitos and Rossmore, along with Huntington Beach and Seal Beach. We share many common interests. We shop at each other's cities, attend each other's festivals and churches. Los Alamitos School District cross over with Cypress, where many of Cypress kids go to Los Alamitos School. VSD Inc. is the Cypress community of interest. On the latest visualization, Cypress was moved to VSD SAA with Santa Ana, Anaheim, Buena Park. We have nothing in common with these cities. We are two worlds apart. It's not right that the city of Garden Grove, Westminster, gets added to VSD Inc. at the expense of Cypress, only because they squeal louder. I implore you to please move the city of Cypress back into VSD Inc. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 6855. And up next after that will be caller 1619. Caller 6855, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Commissioners, good evening again. Samuel Supaton from California Environmental Voters Educational Fund. I want to congratulate you on coming up to draft maps. I know that you've got a considerable load to bear, and a minute and a half will not kind of capture most of my comments. I will direct you back to the map presentation I made 3 weeks ago, but I do have some comments. First, I'd love to see the shape files as soon as you can put them up so we can do some numbers crunching. Some things that we testified about got in. The San Bernardino-Inyo hard line where the Sierra begins, 2 congressional seats at the border, 1 in Imperial. Actually, you got 4 in, my compliments. Combining Pasadena, the 210 corridor, and an API West San Gabriel Valley in the congressional maps. The North Coast architecture that we argued for in 2011 remaining generally intact, and creating a hard line between LA and Ventura at the congressional level. Definitely appreciate those. A couple things still like to look at. I don't know if you saw the Karuk letter about wanting to be drawn. Could the Karuk and Yurok tribes want to be drawn in a North Coast congressional district? And so we'd ask you, and I think the Native Project would agree, take in Siskiyou. I see that Modesto dip in the Senate level at the Sierras. We did ask you to dip once for population. Do it in Truckee or El Dorado Hills, communities that are more affiliated with kind of the Sierra and the community, and that the environmental economic needs there. Fallbrook out of the CD, SOC, and SD. And I'll have more later, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 1619, and up next after that will be caller 0613. Caller 1619, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Joshua. Thank you for taking the time to listen to our testimonies. I'd like to make a public comment on one of the communities of interest. Kings County communities are separated from larger cities, and they instead rely on Hanford as a center for shopping and meetings for household needs. Kings County is a former Section 5 jurisdiction and should be kept whole out of consideration for that former status. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we will have caller 0613, and up next after that will be caller 9399. Caller 0613, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. And one more time, caller 0613, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. To apologize, caller 0613. It appears to be some connectivity issues at this time. I will try back in a few. Right now, we will have caller 9399, and up next after that will be caller 2223. Caller 9399, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm calling to remind you all regarding the congressional and the assembly districts here in the high desert, AD 33 and CD 8. We've been striving to try to exclude the mountain region from the desert communities. It's the equivalent of maintaining that same district, as you pointed out, as you've shown, is the equivalent of having Beverly Hills added with East LA. Two very, very different communities. The desert community is basically a blue-collar community. The region, the mountain region of Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead, you're talking about millionaires that live there, multi-millionaires. They have nothing in common with the desert community. We made every effort to try to submit maps to you from the Black-Brown Alliance that have
36
strived and worked hard to create a map that would be more conducive to having our communities whole. I would ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, right now we have caller 2223, and up next after that will be caller 0011. Caller 2223, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. And one more time, caller 2223, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you. I'm a resident of Brea, and I want to thank the Commission for all your work. I've been following the hearings and heard weeks of testimony about keeping North Orange County together, and I was disappointed in the latest congressional visualizations that split up North Orange County. North Orange County faces similar issues and share common interests. Like, we tend to be one community. We all shop, eat, and work in the area, regardless of city lines. So I hope we can find a way to keep Brea, Yorba Linda, Anaheim Hills, and Orange, all in this North Orange County together, and that we can have one congressional representative to represent our concerns. Much.
Thank you so much. And right now we have caller 0011, and up next after that will be caller 3770. Caller 0011, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Andalon, and I live in Northeast Los Angeles. I want to thank you for the work that you've done these last few days, particularly the 7th through the 9th. We want to thank you for the work you've done thus far on our congressional district and on our Senate district. I'd like to bring your attention to the visualizations of 2 assembly districts that have historically represented our Latino communities, communities that have been a part of these districts for decades, which they have fought for. We are asking you to please look at the guidelines and the criteria used for the congressional district that represents these communities from Eagle Rock to right south of downtown Los Angeles, from Pico Union and Westlake to the east side in unincorporated East Los Angeles. These neighborhoods deserve these 2 assembly districts. Do not allow this process to decimate what we've worked so hard for
15 seconds.
these past decades. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the attention to these districts of Los Angeles.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3770, and up next after that will be caller 7175. Caller 3770, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sam Garrett Pate, and I'm calling on behalf of Equality California. I'd like to thank Commissioners for working to unite our LA LGBTQ plus community in one Senate district today. And in particular, we want to thank Commissioners Kennedy, Sadwani, and Toledo for their recognition that the LGBTQ plus community is not only in West Hollywood and Hollywood, but also extends to East Hollywood, Los Feliz, and Silver Lake. Unfortunately, the draft assembly map still divides Hollywood and West Hollywood and our community in half, putting Hollywood with Glendale and West Hollywood with Santa Monica. Hollywood and West Hollywood share an LGBTQ plus community, housing concerns, business interests, the entertainment industry, and more. They are inseparable and should not be divided and lumped in with larger cities like Glendale and Santa Monica, which have far less in common. Respectfully, we ask that you not vote to accept the draft assembly maps and fix this division to unite Hollywood and West Hollywood first. In San Francisco, we ask that you relook at the draft assembly map as well, which currently divides the LGBTQ plus community by separating Bernal Heights and parts of Twin Peaks in West SF from the rest of the LGBTQ plus community, which is currently united in East SF. There has also been COI testimony that these maps divide the Latino, Black, and API communities. Again, we respectfully ask that you unite our community before voting to accept the draft maps. And finally, I just want to reiterate our deep appreciation for Commissioners and the staff for all of your hard work and for your focus over these days.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 7175, and up next after that will be caller 5046. Caller 7175, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. This is Jeremy Payne calling with Equality California. Thank you to the commissioners and staff for having us. I'm just calling in to express my deep appreciation for the work you're doing to unify our LGBTQ plus community in San Diego. It was a lot of work today, and just want to highlight that we really appreciate the effort made to locate and use the shapefiles we submitted yesterday. These shapefiles are extremely useful and should be used before voting on a draft Senate map because they will allow you to see our LGBTQ plus community's geographic boundaries in San Diego County, which will be helpful. And it provides a helpful visual of why our community would be better served in an SD-POW-ESCO Senate district rather than an East County Core Cajon Senate district. I'm referring to the draft Senate maps now. Moving our community into the SD-POW-ESCO district will solidify our LGBTQ plus community in the Senate district that not only unites us, but empowers us to support candidates of choice that are representative of our community. To negate the population added, we can move the city of Santee and East County neighborhoods of Lakeside, of Santee and the neighborhoods of Lakeside and Winter Gardens into the core Cajon district. And that will help strengthen our LGBTQ plus community and keep East County communities in San Diego together. So thank you so much. We hope that you are able to make these changes before we move forward with the draft Senate maps.
Thank you so much. Right now we will have caller 5046, and up next after that I will be retrying caller 0613. And at that time we will not have any more raised hands for those who have not spoke this evening. So if you wish to give comment, I'd like to give you one more opportunity. Please press star 9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. That is for those who have not shared their comments this evening. Please press star 9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Right now we will have caller 5046, and then we will retry caller 0613, and I did see some of those hands come up, so we will be coming to you after that. Caller 5046, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Drew. I live in Culver City. We have a bunch of folks have provided community of interest that ties us to Marina del Rey and Venice. And originally there were a number of districts that had that possibility. And for some reason, despite I know at least one commissioner had made the request to unite all of Culver City, and at least for the Assembly District, find a way of tying it into the West Side, where it shares being in the West Side Council of Governments, shares the Bayona Creek, shares common shopping. It's still part of this district that's called east of the 110. It's very important to preserve and make sure we've got African-American representation, but Culver City only has a 7% African-American CVAP. So what you've done by putting all of them into one district like this is basically ensure that it's going to be incredibly difficult for Culver City to have anyone ever run for office because because the demographics don't match the rest of the district and can make it very difficult. I think that you can certainly, and it should be a goal to preserve and making sure that you've got it that seats that can represent an African American, but you can do that by picking up the Mid-City Neighborhood Council area or Westchester, which have similar demographics. And
thank you so much. And right now we will retry caller 0613. And up next after that will be caller 0203. Caller 0613, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, and first off, I want to say thank you to the host and all the commissioners for giving me a second opportunity. Totally missed it last time. I'm calling today. My name is Jimmy. I'm calling today out of Eastern California, and I wanted to comment on the state Senate map for Fresno County. We've had a number of local residents, both online on the forum and calling in, express how we would not like to be linked to San Bernardino County and Monterey County. So I just wanted to call and encourage the commissioners to take one more strong, hard look on having a Fresno County-centric, without the coastal community, state Senate district. I know that another person earlier mentioned state Senate map that were released on October 27th or around that date, where it had a Fresno-based district that went up to Madera and Merced, and a little bit even higher than Merced. And that was a little bit more reflective of how the congressional and the assembly map looks for Fresno County. And I think there's a way we can draw a VRA district based around Fresno County with Merced and Madera, and creating two VRA districts within the Central Valley. So thank you so much, and I hope you guys take one more look at trying to make a Fresno-based state Senate district.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0203. And up next after that will be caller 0983. Caller 0203, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Maria Estela Valencia. I am a resident of Orange County, and I'm a community organizer with Orange County Congregations Community Organization. We appreciate all the long hours and the line draws that you guys have, the time and dedication you put into balancing so many diverse communities of interest throughout the state. I just want to highlight the importance of South Fullerton and West Anaheim to be kept together along with Santana because of the similarities in communities of interest, such as they all have Latinx, low-income, immigrant mixed status communities. They are not similar, for example, to other neighboring communities such as Yorba Linda and Anaheim Hills. Again, thank you so much for the time and dedication. I also want to uplift for the Assembly. We will be providing minor line changes between two districts that better capture our community of interest. Same for the Senate and Congress. Again, thank you so much for your time and dedication in this.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 0983. And I'd like to reach out to caller 8224. If you did not mean to lower your hand, please press *9 again. Caller 0983, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Commissioner. Your visualization for Assembly by Northwest Orange County are completely wrong ahead. I am Vietnamese American and have lived in since like a port of Saigon. And we deserve to have our community protected and under one assembly district. Please respect the community of interest that is created Little Saigon by keeping Garden Grove, Westminster, Rosemont, Seal Beach, Los Alamitos, Huntington Beach, and Fountain Valley together. This is how it's now. So please don't make any change. Thank you for your time. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. And at this time, we have reached the end of our raised hands. For those that have not spoken, there'll be one last opportunity before I hand it back over to the chair. And we do have one more raised hand. Caller 7311. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, esteemed commissioners. Thank you so much for your time and your important work. I just wanted to reach out because when I'm not working, I'm spending most of my time surfing in Santa Monica and Venice and the other beach communities. I've been surfing that area for about 13 years. And I understand life moves in waves. We have to adapt, but I caught a bit of an ankle biter the other day. It knocked the wind out of me, and I heard we were thinking about including Santa Monica with the San Fernando Valley. I mean, I've never caught a wave in the San Fernando Valley. And one thing I know is the clear geographic line is Mulholland Drive. You know, I've probably been to Encino all of 3 times in my life, and I still couldn't point it out on the map. So let's keep the beach communities with the beach communities, and let's keep the valley with the valley. Full tilt boogie, appreciate it all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
8224 does have their hand raised.
Okay, this will be our last, Katie. Thank you.
Okay. The floor is yours, 8224. Please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Nguyen. The Orange County and the heart of Little Saigon, New York, and educational interest brought over between Garden Grove, Westminster, Midway City, Fountain Valley, Huntington Beach, Rosemont, Los Alamitos, and Seal Beach. Huntington Beach Union High School District oversees Fountain Valley High School and Westminster High School. Ocean View School District of Huntington Beach oversees Visa View Middle School in Fountain Valley, Starview Elementary in Midway City, and Westmont Elementary in Westminster. Garden Grove Unified School District has Carrillo, Marshall, and Anthony Elementary School, McGavin and La Quinta High School in Westminster, and Ellen Monroe and Northcote Elementary School, and Los Alamitos High School in Fountain Valley. Fountain Valley School District oversees William Newland Elementary and ISO Zero Oka Elementary. Chubit Get York and
30 seconds.
Chubit. Hello?
Hello? 20 seconds remaining.
Yes. Our community of Garden Grove, Huntington, Westminster, Midway City, and Rosemont belong together. Don't split our school district into different assembly, senate, and congressional districts. Allow our children to be able to benefit from representatives that will give them the full attention they deserve instead of someone who represents one or two schools. Thank you.
And thank you. And thank you, Katie. And at this point, we are going to, we have a motion on the floor and a second. I'd like to thank all of you for all of your comments and input into the process thus far. We do have a proposal to approve the display of our first preliminary statewide maps for the Congressional, State, Senatorial Assembly, and the State Board of Equalization districts. We do know that we will come back and continue to refine based on information that's been received. But at this point, we are going to go to a roll call. Commissioner Anderson.
The way it's written, could we also say State Assembly, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. And it's not that I feel like engaging very deeply right now, and I appreciate everyone's patience as I've taken a bit of a personal health day. But, you know, the community has had the chance to comment. I feel like the commissioners also deserve the chance to comment before the vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy? Oh, that's it. Okay. Commissioners? Commissioner Ahmad? I'm sorry, I didn't see Commissioner Sadwani first. Are you good? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I have about 18 minutes for these comments, so hopefully they're lightning round. I am so honored to work alongside and learn alongside all of you. Although these are not our final maps, these are draft maps. I look forward to continue to making them better to represent the people of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmad. Commissioner Sadwani?
Thank you so much. I wanted to echo Commissioner Ahmad's comments, and definitely lightning round before you have to make a trip home. But I wanted to thank you, Chair Turner, for your leadership and guidance through this process. I think we achieved a lot, and we still have a whole lot of work in front of us. I have a laundry list of areas that I think are going to need a whole lot of refinement. I know we didn't touch much of LA County and our assembly and congressional districts, and I think we'll be taking a fine-tooth comb through that area in the future, and I very much look forward to hearing from the communities on the ground about how we can continue to bring improvements to these maps as we head towards our final. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Toledo?
Yep. While these maps are not perfect by any means, as Commissioner Sadwani referenced, they do meet the compliance requirements for all the legal requirements that we've reviewed. We've taken into consideration the tens of thousands of community input that we've received, and at this point, I would urge fellow commissioners to support these draft maps, as it'll give the public the most amount of time to comment over the next 14 days prior to the holidays. So really, by approving these maps moving forward, it gives us 14 days to get community input from communities before we hit the holidays. And I think that's really critical, to me at least. But thank you.
Commissioner Sinai and Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Vasquez, Commissioner Yee.
And Commissioner Turner.
Thank you so much, Chair and fellow commissioners. I am civic engagement junkie, and I'm kind of in awe by this whole process. I always say that it's an honor to serve the state of California alongside the 14 most diverse group of people I've ever worked with, and feel so honored to work with. But I'm also in awe by the public, and just the diversity of people who have called in, and just, being someone who had immigrant someone who's an immigrant, and to call our grandparents was a big deal. Just being able to listen to people calling from all over California, all parts of California, and submitting public comments is just really inspiring. We're up to almost 15,000 comments, and that's not including, we're still missing a lot of them in our database, but that is really impressive. So thank you, fellow commissioners, as well as the state of California.
Okay, we are lightning round. Thank you, California, for all of your feedback. We are continuing to refine these maps. At the beginning of the week, I wasn't sure if I was comfortable with them, but we've done a great job to get us this far. Again, they are draft maps. We are wanting your feedback, and just remember, please tell us what you don't want in and what you do want in. There is a number that we're looking for in terms of equal population, so please keep that in mind when you provide your feedback. If you don't want something in your district, we have to see what we have to then take out and bring in. And then I just wanted again, thank the Californians Looking forward to more comments. Thanking my fellow commissioners, staff, our awesome line drawers, and our VRA experts. So thank you all, and please remember we do have competing communities of interest, and we're listening. Thank you.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you to our chair for encouraging us to put our best foot forward for these draft maps. There were long nights, and I couldn't hang with some of y'all late into the night. But it's because I trusted you all and I trusted California to get this iteration of draft maps in a place where we can get real, meaningful feedback. So thank you again, and look forward to approving these draft maps and your feedback.
I want to thank the Commission for deciding to approve and release these maps 5 days before they were legally required to be completed, these draft maps, and to honor the time crunch for the holidays. And so I hope the public will make a good use of that time, and I'm glad we were able to make that early deadline that we set for ourselves. This is not the most efficient way to draw maps by far, but it's the fairest way. And I really admire what we've been able to do together, and appreciate the trust of California to 40 million Californians to let us do this on their behalf. And I hope our work will serve you well.
Vice Chair Taylor, if you could continue, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys know me, I like to be short and concise. So again, thank you, Californians. Thank you, commissioners. It's nice being a witness in the room to the process. I think that's a blessing and a commitment that I'm extremely proud of. The maps were drawn with all of Californians in mind. I think we're trying to make room for the most engagement and opportunity. So I appreciated the public would keep the input coming, and I think this will be a great springboard to some good final maps. Thank you.
All right. First off, I just want to acknowledge that, yes, this process, as has been said by some of my fellow commissioners, it's messy. It is very slow, but I do believe that it is a process that has enabled as many people who seek to be engaged in this process to be engaged. And I just want to say we hope that we will hear from even more in the coming weeks. I want to also acknowledge the hard work that has been done by the staff, the line drawers, our council, and the commissioners. And while I believe that our maps are not yet perfect, I believe that we have a lot more work to it. And we've heard that from some of the comments that we heard just tonight. But we are working to ensure that we're going to come to a place, when we turn in these final maps, that will best reflect everybody. I just want to encourage everybody who's listening, and for those of you who are also encouraging others to call in, to please ask them to send in their comments on the maps. But I also ask you to be helpful. Tell us what you like. If you don't like something, tell us why. What would you change? What would you swap? Because there is requirements that we have to meet specifically. And first off, the numbers. An assembly district has nearly 500,000 people in it. A Senate district has nearly 1 million people, 988,086 to be exact. Congressional, 760,066. What are the hard choices that you would make? And then also think about what those ripple effects would be to the other parts of California. That's what we're grappling with. But you help us get the nuance by telling us what you think would work. So to the 40 million Californians that have entrusted us, we are each one voice, but we do this work on your behalf. So just want to say thank you for the privilege.
Isra has a plan. I mean, Commissioner Ahmed has a plane to catch, so I'll keep it short. Ditto to everything that's been said. Thanks to the chair. And we just remind the public that we have public input meetings. Give you a little time to review the maps, 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th. So we look forward to hearing your feedback then. Thank you.
Absolutely. Commissioner Lamont.
Evening, everyone. I just want to echo, I know our fellow commissioner has to be on the road, so I want to say thank you to everyone. And I'm very proud to have been a part of this process with my fellow commissioners. This has been quite a journey in the heart of a pandemic, and I think we should all feel very good, despite the fact that everything isn't finished yet. We're well on our way, and I think we've given the public the optimal amount of time to really help us do this final refinement, and we look forward to doing that. And thank you to the chair and the vice chair for shepherding this portion of the experience.
Thank you. And with that, we have a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. We've had word from the public and from the commissioners, so we now will move to a vote. And my understanding is that it is a majority vote, no special majority.
Thank you, Chair. I'll begin. Commissioner Toledo? Commissioner Ahmad?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
Commissioner Turner? Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I couldn't get off of mute. Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Yee, once again?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
C, yes.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Lamons?
C, yes.
Commissioner Sadwani?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Since I stand in the path of unanimous, yes.
Thank you. The motion has passed.
Yeah, to do the microphone on. We should have those little pop strings.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners. So I believe that is all of our business for this evening. I feel somewhat cheap in that I feel Trina should have been able to usher in that final vote, but she did an outstanding job. We appreciate her kindness and understanding in the room she gave us all to debate and go over that very difficult process. We all can take a deep breath, but we know more heavy lifting is coming. So let's enjoy our evening. Let's enjoy our success. Let's take the respite and let's adjourn this
I have
meeting.
one thing, Commissioner.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
I have
Go ahead, Trina.
one quick thing
Commissioner.
before we. So we are currently agendized for a meeting on the 13th and the 15th. And my fellow commissioners, and if Vice Chair you'd agree, I'd like to recommend that we just take the 15th meeting. I don't think we have any business that can't wait until Monday the 15th as opposed to the 13th. But we do need to determine that. And then just as, so that I can get off of, go back on mute, as a reminder to all of us that utilize the facility to ensure from a housekeeping perspective that all items are cleaned up and put away and taken away appropriately. I've been asked to announce for us, and that's all I have. Thank you.
So then if I'm hearing correctly, we are not going to meet again until the 17th.
The 15th.
15th.
The 15th. Okay, so we will meet again on the 15th for a regular business meeting.
Yes, Chair.
All right.
Commissioner Taylor?
Given that we're all in agreement. All right. So
Commissioner
then
Taylor, can you confirm that you will be chairing that meeting on the 15th?
Let me see what day that is. Monday. What time will that meeting commence?
9:30.
9:30 to 4:30.
So I would need one more day before I could take over as chair.
We'll figure it out.
Okay, we'll work that out then.
But we can figure it out.
Yes.
Any other business pending? So we get to take a deep breath for a couple of days longer. And again, congratulations, Commission. And this meeting is adjourned at 7:17. Thank you.